at midterm, a system of collection of city waste financed by financial institutions on long term, central of financing of biogas combined to the photovoltaic center. Beyond the production of energy, the project will generate jobs, revenues, and also help Togo to reach the targets of limiting greenhouse effect gases. We can also talk about the intercommunality, which can start by the communes of the same prefecture as we do it at our place. And when we take the case of Togo, the law on decentralization authorizes to do it for the towns for the same prefecture. This collaboration can go towards a regional level. This can help us to meet some criteria of eligibility for some projects, such as the size of the population or the sufficient budget for the project. A few examples of cooperations north-south between Cloto and the town of Bressuire, and then between cooperation between Cloto 1 and the provincial Council of Ouarzazate is ongoing on ecotourism and solidarity tourism in the 3 communes of Cloto in the framework of the support funds to the Ministry of Interior of Morocco. We can also talk about the implementation of a private-public partnership that we talked about yesterday. There is also a good collaboration in the implication of ODCs, who are also technical partners, whom we can deliver a lot of projects together with. And in the framework of Cloto, we signed a covenant that allowed to mobilize experts and other decentralized corporations that are ongoing. That also allowed us to fix a few problems. For instance, the IOF, who is co-financing the PIDC of our commune. We can also use some examples of communes at the herb of the communes to have a stronger institutional framework, which can help us to lead advocacies at the financial level and with our external partners. Networking is also a good way to have better actions for communes, and it is also a way to get finances and partnership. Example, the covenant that we signed with the result that with the University of Benin and Padi, which has reached to the implementation of the UCLG Africa, ongoing with the Ouarzazate Provincial Council of Morocco. We also have a very interesting aspect, which is the valorization of the executives coming from our territory, who are, for instance, in the Schengen area or in the USA. So we are on together with them on a very important project. There is another question: how to answer the needs of towns and territories to get access to the finances. So we need to build the capacity of towns so that they can identify the potential donors and their eligibility criteria. So this is a directorate of donors. We must also support the towns to get skilled staffs. We must improve their institutional and legal framework, allowing the communes to lead their actions. We must also train the towns for to help them to make elaborate bankable projects. It is not only about making a project, but it must be bankable. We must also train towns on the management of external grants. It's important. So when you get a grant, you must know how to use them. The third question is how to take into account the sizes and the different realities of the towns in the agenda of the implementation. So the sizes and the different realities of the towns. First of all, we need successful diagnostic studies that must come out with aggregate data following the particularities of the town. So this will lead the strategic orientations. These strategic orientations will lead the programs and projects. The fourth question is how to organize the updating and the demultiplication of the means, local, regional, and thematic actions, as well as sectorial, territorial, and typologic. So we must create and encourage framework of exchanges between the different stakeholders of the territories and the towns. Must also encourage the collaboration between the local governments, the collaboration with the lead ministry and the central level. The other question is also how to fill in the gap between the action and the access to means and supplementary actions. The planification services at the level of the towns must play a very important role. It must be a planification of mid and long term in order to anticipate the gap and make actions and resources coincide. So we must think to put in place a multi-annual projects or climate and energy plans. So we believe we should do it many times during a year. And lastly, the last question, how to anchor in the framework of the commitment of the countries, the dynamic of climates of the country. So we must encourage initiatives like CoM SSA, from which the climate and energy plans come from, and count them at the national level. These local policies show better the realities and that fit the needs of the towns in terms of sustainable development projects. So these are somehow the concerns that we have been able to think about and which have led us to some concrete actions that we were able to achieve in the Cloro commune. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for this very clear presentation of the problematic of the local governments in terms of implementation of projects. Of course, you mentioned a certain number of points that are particularly important. Most important is the one of the decentralization. It means the framework, the institutional framework for the implementation of the projects. And also you emphasized the capacity of the local governments to take charge and implement projects. You also emphasized the gap when it comes to financing, and at the same time, I think it was extremely important. You pressed some very important points, such as cooperation, private-public partnerships. So a certain number of actions that are extremely important for the local governments to implement projects. So without further delay, because there will be talks, let's ask Mr. Mayor to also give us his experience at the level of let's ask Mr. Mayor to share with us some of his views. You have the floor. Thank you very much. It's a quite difficult exercise to speak after the excellent Mr. Tog𝐨. So I'll try to find a way through to tell you that I am from a commune, the commune of Lac 1, aneho, that unfortunately fits all the levels of climate change, because I have on my right side the ocean that is coming forward with the coastal erosion, and on my left hand side I have the lake with the questions of floods. Of course, population constituted with or composed of fishermen, um, farmers, and they are women, and they use chemical fertilizers. So I live in a town where the average temperature, though we are close to the ocean, is a bit higher than the whole of the country, the towns of Togo, simply because there are not many trees in that town. So this is the overview made. The fundamental question before we talk about the planning is to know the existence of the tool, to say that there is a climate plan existing, and the difficulty is at that level. It means that in the whole of the municipal councils, 95% of the mayors do not know what they are talking about. So the first approach is to provide the municipal councils with tools to train them so that they own this approach of a climate energy plan before even thinking of the planning. So when you take most of the communal budgets, these are stages that are absent from the municipal budgets, items that are absent. So this is the first level, ownership. The second one of ownership, the executed budget for populations, is how to make these people own these women who need to go and cut the trees from the mangrove because her child is suffering from malaria, and cutting tree is the only way for her to make revenue, or it is with these mangrove wood that she must make her fire to smoke her fish. So when you talk about climate change or climate plan, they look at this as something very far remote. So there is a need of this educational work of ownership that must be done, especially from the municipal council and also for the whole stakeholders, so that each of them owns this commitment for climate. The second thing, which is also a difficulty, is in communal development plans, there is no room for planning for climate and energy plan. And my personal plan, when that plan was done, there was no line on the climate and energy plan. So I was obliged to give him back this plan. You made a plan, it's all good, but I have a concern vis-a-vis climate and energy. So what do you propose me? And it is at that time that he reviewed his document, which I have not yet recollected from him. So right from the beginning, there is a job that must be done, which is to see to it that each stakeholder of the community looks as a priority, just like health, structure, infrastructure, and others, the issue of climate and energy. So once you have brought in these questions, once you have owned these two questions, what do you have to do now? You have to bring solutions. And we have two types of solutions. The first one is to budget a certain number of mechanisms or arrangements that lead you to put in place a climate and energy plan. You have to mainstream it yourself before going to the partners of development. The second thing is to call on the private sectors to support you or to accompany you on a certain part of this plan. And the third thing is to look for international partners. It is true that there is an educational work to do because the access to international financing is not easy, and it is very difficult. There are a certain number of prerequisites and expertise that the communes do not forcibly have, because we hear about a green fund here, climate fund there, but the communes do not forcibly have the tools to have access to these funds. But for the moment, what are the approaches, the steps that we can take to face the issue of climate and how to plan the climate issues? So at the level of the commune, what we did is we put in place an urban forest to see if these forests growing can mitigate the climate change. And secondly, last year we planted 10,000 trees, and this year we'll plant 20,000. This is the objective. Thirdly, we tackle the issue of management of wastes, and a part of the waste that we're going to retrieve on the market, because we are building a new market, we put in place 4 biodigesters so that the market will be provided with clean energy. But beside that, we'll use our waste to make compost and force the farmers to work with that. The other detail that we often forget is the water resource, because I am from a region where there is water. There are more and more drills. There are more and more drills that are anarchic and that represent a threat to the water source. So we will have to structure the access to this water, to organize and discipline it so that the water, which is something very rare in the commune, it's rare when it comes to quality. It does exist when it comes to quantity, but when it comes to quality, it's less and less available. So this water must be organized so that the population should not use it anyhow or for other purposes. In addition, and I'll finish here, and that's where we see the importance of this seminary, is to draw the attention on the implementation of the PADEC, which enables a structured and organized brainstorming on the climate issue. So if that brainstorming is planned, it helps to find adequate financing for climate. These are the little words that I wanted to give you. Thank you. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Of course, you have noticed challenges that are very important, especially the one related to ownership. So how to approach the climate, how to fit the climate issues to the needs of the people. You talked about the involvement of stakeholders when it comes to planning, and this is, of course, one of the major objectives of the Covenant of Mayors in its support phase to these local governments. So the question is how, through this planning, we can come up with key questions and key projects that can facilitate the life of the population. Because when we talk about climate change, it is not, we talk about the waste management, access to energy, access to water. We talk about the daily problematics of the people. So ownership work is, of course, fundamental. And of course, you noticed problematics. I'll let the other interveners to talk about them. And at this level, I would like us to listen to the mayors. I think that the first question is, this question is for Mrs. Omnia from GIZ. When we listen to the local governments, there are a few questions that come up. The question related to decentralization, because decentralization is fundamental and it helps to measure the prerogatives of the local governments to deploy plans, and at the same time it allows us to see how the program that you are managing can bring solutions to the problematics that are raised. You have the floor. Thank you very much. Morning, everybody. It's with a huge pleasure that I take the floor after these two interventions that give us a very clear idea on the realities that we can experience in Cloto 1. It means in the mountainous regions of Togo. How do you say in French? Where there are waterfalls, yeah. And the example presented by Mr. the Mayor of Lake One, Aneho, it is a very illustrative example, and show two problematics of management of natural resources and problematics of means to adapt to the impacts of climate change on natural resources that are totally different. As you were saying, I manage in Togo a program which is about supporting the Togolese government to implement its decentralization process, which is quite young compared to the ones from other countries from the sub-region. But also it is about supporting the communes to improve their communal performances. So among these performances at the commune level, one of the most important skills or one of the most important performances is or service provision is the development planning and the integration within these communal planning. There are a certain number of aspects among which these so-called climate plans. So we didn't have the chance to support Lake One commune in elaborating the development plan, but the mayor of Cloto 1 can certify that the plan of Cloto 1 that we are supporting the elaboration, and we are the second generation of its elaboration, mainstreams the question related to climate issues in the planning of local development. Mr. Mayor of Cloto 1, you raised a very important point, which is the one of understanding of the people we are planning for, the content, what are the choices made, and for the sake of whom these choices are made. And it's, of course, the approach that was developed by the GIZ in Togo and elsewhere. Any planification has any chance first to meet the needs of the people. If this planning is not elaborated with a participative and inclusive approach, everybody knows the reason why we must not cut trees, and we must have a responsible behavior towards the nature and have investments that a priori are not responding to their immediate needs. The same thing for the budgeting, but it is also for the execution of the budget. It is an approach that we also developed in the 13 communes that we helped. Participative budgeting, it means all the representatives of the different, with a participation of the civil society on all shapes to the elaboration of the communal budget and to the monitoring of its execution. This had impacts, huge impacts, not only on the ownership of the population, on the fact that the people acknowledge that the communal planning or the infrastructures or the basic services that are developed in this commune correspond to their needs, but also it also corresponds to the fact that in these communes they have seen an enormous increasing of their net revenues. In all these communes, Mr. the Mayor of Cloto, you can testify it, we saw an increasing of more than 50% of the revenue of these communes due to the very close involving of the citizens, but also thanks to the planning of the budget of the commune and the monitoring of the budget of the commune. So this said, we were still dealing with this issue of how can I, mayor of a commune, can give myself all the chances to plan or to bring basic services to my people. How can I help them? And at that level, I believe that colleagues from Benin and Burkina, you can also give your views. Now it remains the question related to the transfer of skills and resources. So how do we have access to these resources? What are the channels thanks to which the local governments can have access to these climate funds? Do I have in my team the necessary skills so that I can go and negotiate to have access to these funds? It is not only a question of having the necessary resources. Do I have the necessary skills in order to analyze my needs in my communes so that I can develop the adaptation strategies to climate change or to the prevention of it? And this is also a question. If we look at when we look at the decentralization, what are the skills that the state decide to transfer to the local governments so that they can play a role in the adaptation strategies to climate change? This is one thing. And once these skills transferred, do I transfer the resources or do I transfer the skills to have access to the resources? Thank you very much. It was very clear. I think the results are there. I was extremely surprised by the outcome of this project, which is this program of support to the decentralization, and above all, how it has been able to exploit a potential that is underexploited on a local level through a very interesting approach, especially through the support to the decentralization of Togo. So I believe that I'll give right away the floor to Marianne so that she can tell us about the support of expertise grants to the local government to mainstream the climate issues and implement them at once, because from the planning to the implementation, it is, there is a long way to go. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, I think the content is very precise and very interesting. It is very practical as well. I will try, there are things that keep coming in our activities. I will rather try to complete some aspects that were raised and to detail a few things on which we work, especially with the commune of Kloto 1 and Tog𝐨 also. As far as I am concerned, there are three aspects that come to my mind when we talk about the planning to the implementation of territorial plans. It is the importance, on one hand, of the access to the data. It was raised by Kloto 1 Mayor, the access to the funds. We talked a lot about it, and the quality of an integrated and participative approach. So I'll take these 3 points, reacting to some interventions that were made. First, on the issue of access to the data, I think that if you want to go beyond planning and the territorial planning documents, the definition of projects, which is bankable, I think it is a topic that has been largely dealt with yesterday, especially in the presence of donors who insisted on the fact that there are mechanisms of financing. The money is there, but the difficulty is to find the concepts that work, that are bankable and deliverable and also sustainable. And the access to data can facilitate that, because once you know very well your territory on the aspects of socio-economic, but also climate and energetic ones, you can more easily explain and justify a need, develop projects that represent a real economic model, and more easily evaluate the impact of these projects at the level of the beneficiaries. And these data collection work, we do it at the level of climate and energy plans. Of course, we have data here that are technical and scientific, and it is about being very specific. So we need to know the sectors that emit more greenhouse effect gases, with which type of energy, and what are the vulnerability risks of the territory. So these diagnoses are made at the level of the development plans in Togo. They are also made at the level of the PDES in Mali. We also work in Mali. I know that in Benin and Burkina, you have similar planning documents, and I invite towns when they are developing their communal development plans to integrate climate issues and develop whole climate energy plans and integrate these aspects in their territorial planning to mutualize this data. All the work that you're doing with Kloto 1, for instance, or Tog𝐨 1 here in Togo, hopefully you use this data again within your communal development plans, and we can easily work with the consultants so that they own these elements, and that we have planning documents that are coherent when it comes to the identification and the prioritization of the projects and the budgeting as well. Now, on the access to climate funding, we noticed that there is a real need to build capacities, the ownership of stakeholders into these funding mechanisms, so that they can understand the criteria and to develop projects that fit the criteria of these donors. At the level of expertise, France, through CoM SSA projects, as our representatives well presented it yesterday, we developed national support to the towns, members of the CoM SSA in Togo, and we'll support them on the one hand on the handling of the tools of diagnosis on one hand, and but also on trainings, activities of capacity building to climate finance, so that they can better understand the existing mechanisms and the ones that are accessible to the communes, because there are many mechanisms, but sometimes the communes do not match the criteria to have access? And later on, what are the expectations of the donors? What are the key words to, of course, have access to these fundings? And I also come back on an observation made by the mayor of Cloto, which is about the importance to work at the level of the intercommunalities, because of course in Togo, thanks to the creation of 117 communes, I think there are communes that go from 8,000 to 350,000 communes. And for the little towns, it will be difficult to match all the criteria to have access to the financing. So we encourage the communes to work together. So this is what is being done in Cloto and Tog𝐨, because we work with them, but we also make them take profit, Tog𝐨 2, 3, and 4, of data collection and consultation activities. We do the same in Mali, at Segu, that is made up with 4, and the one of Bamako, which is made out of 6 communes. The same thing has been done in Benin on the last thing on the access to the financing. It is the need to have human resources and the project managers, and also technicians who can develop these projects. So the idea is to have a good knowledge of the ground, a good knowledge of the stakeholders on the ground, and also a good knowledge of the opportunities to make projects that are bankable and deliverable. So I will finish on the question related to the integrated and participative approach. I think that we've already talked about it a lot. I think we see many actions at the level of communes and projects, and at that level, the idea of knowing all the stakeholders intervening on the territory will allow to facilitate the mutualization of some activities, to better understand each other and to better integrate the issues when it comes to planning. So it must be a local planning at the level of the different technical divisions of City Hall, or the different issues that enter the plans, with the issues related to climate and energy on which we work for the Covenant of Mayors, but also at the level of the national level, we try to work in collaboration with many ministries so that these climate and energy issues are taken into account by the ministries, the lead ministries, when it comes to the development of territory, and that the stakeholders of the national government also own the tools that will be then used by the communes. I think that I'll stop here for now, and I will answer the question with pleasure. So thank you very much, Marianne, for having presented very brilliantly the tools that are made available in the framework of the Covenant of Mayors, and to support the local governments in the implementation of the projects and putting the problematic of the access to financing. You're right, the problematic to the access to the training is fundamental, and at that level, I'd like to give the floor to Mr. the Mayor, who raised a very fundamental question, which is how to link what is being done at the local level with the national commitment. At that level, I think we have 2 directors with us, Isaka from Burkina Faso and our friend from Benin, so that they can explain as you heard about the problematics of the local governments, the support of GIZ and Expertise France to support the local governments. So now my question at the level of Benin, how do you support the local government so that they can really move from a territorial plan to its implementation, knowing that the question of the financing is not only at the international level, but also linked to home financing. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thanks to the panelists. Thanks to the participants for this opportunity given to share the experience from Benin. So with your permission, I would like to present the apologies of the Director of Environment who was supposed to be here but could not make it, and who appointed me to represent him. So before talking about planning, I would like to recall in terms of involvement, real involvement of local governments in all that we do at the central level in matters of climate change. So apart from the participation in different meetings to validate documents and also consultations, we formally have an institutional framework. We have a committee that was established by a decree, and the Association of Communal Benin has a seat in this commission. So when I also take the framework that is created concerning the technical commission in charge of preparation and implementation of the national communal plan. So we also have a seat in this commission, and we take part in all the debates and guidelines, and we take part to all the decisions. And this will help us have our adaptation plan, which will take into account all the efforts done at the level of the different communes. So I would also like to give the example of the council. We have the council, which is a framework that allows to exchange on different projects that the promoters would like to submit to the Green Climate Fund. So this council look at all those projects to be submitted to the Green Climate Fund, and we, Association of Communes of Benin, is also a part of this council. And recently we held a workshop with them to explain the criteria and how to access to funds, and how we can work together to evaluate and examine the different projects submitted by the promoters for funding. So this is what I would like to say about involvement and involvement of the local government. Now, talking of planning. So planning, globally speaking, we have reference documents at the national level and also at the local and sectoral level. And these documents are references in matter of planning. So we have the government's action program, which gives the main guidelines as far as the public action is concerned. So every planning document need to have it as a reference. So now we also have it for 2016 and 2025 first. So every document should, be aligned on this. We also have the Sustainable Development Goals that are as reference, because at the local level, all that will be planning should be aligned on the Sustainable Development Goals. And now, in what concerns the local government, we have a guide for preparation of communal or local development plans, and the commune should follow these guidelines to draft the communal or local development plans. So we are at the third generation of the local development plans, and before the elaboration of such plans, on the basis or based on the experience of the previous plans. So we noted that those planning documents were not able to mainstream climate change. So the guide has been updated now to take into account climate issues, and climate is now a criteria in drafting the local development plan. So all the communes that will now have the plan should mainstream climate actions. Otherwise, the plans will not be approved for implementation. So these are concrete activities. So this guide has been updated, and now the 77 communes that we have in Benin are having the plans and which take into account climate issues. And then we have the Commission of Local Finances that is in charge of in this question. Now about the concrete implementation, we have at the national level the support fund of commune development, which is the channel through which every funding to commune should go through. So if be it the international donors or national funds that are destined to commune should go through this fund. So everything that concerns planning and budgeting are planned at this level. Now, based on the new issue about climate change, this commission is also ensuring that we take it into account. So now we are moving toward the third generation of the local development plans, and very soon we'll be having the fourth generation, and before that we'll have an assessment and to see what was successful and what was not, and how we can move forward. Now, as far as concrete implementation is concerned, I would like to talk about the local initiative, that is local adaptation facility. So this was an experience that we had. I think Niger and Burkina Faso also had the same experience. So, and this was from a fund from the United Nations, and Benin is one of the pilot countries to implement this initiative. And as part of this initiative, we aim to bring financial resources to communes with that specific criteria. And the criteria that we selected are, communes should be vulnerable communes. So if you have information about those pilot or vulnerable communes, then we fund them, and then together with them, we plan activities to be implemented using those resources. So from 2014, we have been having this experience, and I can say that in terms of institutional operational functioning, there are a lot of bodies that has been established. For example, we have the prefect that manage a certain number of communes, and who is responsible and who supervise and coordinates the whole activities at the level of his territory, and who leads the debates in terms of guidelines and implementation. So in the functional operation, we also have technical assistants who are experts that we deploy in communes to support them in the implementation of activities in a very close way. So they are based in the communes or near the communes, and they permanently work with the communes in implementing projects. Again, at the start of every implementation campaign, we work with the technical aspects of those communes, and then we discuss about everything about adaptation and all the issues we discuss together. And then from what has been planned, we look and we identify concretely the activities to be implemented. So are we going to create water ponds, and where should we do that? So together we define and then we budget those activities. Then this can enable them to understand what we're talking about. So they are able to understand what climate change is about. So this is what we do every time we have funding. So we work together before moving forward to implementation. So in the same way, we have a national institution, the National Climate Fund. That's also was able to fund our comments, and together with the UN Equipment Fund, we are working to support the local governments. So now we have already submitted a concept note to the Green Climate Fund to support this initiative and then to cover more communes, because for the time being, the funding concerns only 9 communes, but the objective is to scale up to more communes. Now, in terms of challenges, I'm not afraid to say it. Resources made available. So here we don't raise resources. Resources are made available to the local government, but we need to have a precision on the details about the activities to be implemented. But unfortunately, those details that should come from communes, we are not able to have them earlier, and sometimes the available funds are not used in a timely manner because local government have a low capacity, because our support is just at a certain level, but now they need to work on the ownership. So we give them a sheet to fill and then give ideas or details on the projects, and for them to fill this sheet or this form. Most of the time they take time, and because the technicians are not meant to do the job of the local government official themselves. So this is why sometimes we are not able to use the resources in a timely manner. This is why, as a perspective, we propose 2 things that we can analyze. So it's true, we should have local development plans, well prepared, well drafted, but it's also important that the central government should put in place a mechanism, systems, regular support systems to support those communes in the implementation of the local development plans, especially in matters of climate change. So we need to do that. Otherwise, we will be more theoretical and there will be no more concrete action. So our support should be perceived, should be seen through a clear vision with specific activities to support those communes. So issues about climate change are emerging, so we don't need to wait, because if you have drought and flood, we cannot take time to plan. So we need to go on the ground and have concrete activities, but sometimes we don't have it because we have a low expertise. The second thing is capacity building that can be oriented toward two areas. We need to build the capacities of stakeholders at the level of the communes in a permanent way. But we know that the offices of the communes have other works or other responsibilities. So this is why when we plan capacity, technical capacity building projects, for example, to show them or to train them on how to draft or to elaborate projects, this can take time. And most of the time, we are not able to do that. So capacity building to the offices of those communes should be done. But we also need to have a pool of experts that we can train and then make them available to the communes, and then have them assist the communes to draft projects that can be funded. Because if we just aim to or build the capacities of the communes to be able to, draft or prepare projects, this can take time. So because some communes are very harmed by climate issues, so we don't have time. So we need to go very fast in those matters. This is what I would like to say. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Director, for sharing with us the experience from Benin in terms of involvement of local government in project implementation. So you said many things, starting from their involvement in the different committees. So they are involved, and they are also part of Green Climate Fund. You also talk about the reference documents that we should base on to do our planning. You also refer to the guide that is available, and which they should to which they should refer to draft their climate plans. And also there are different institutions to support those local governments. So now about capacity building, I think it's also important because as part of the readiness, we should support, we should build the capacity of local government, because up to now, there is much effort at the central level, but very less effort has been done at the local level. So you are right. So you are right to emphasize on the capacity building efforts of local governments, on how they can structure, they can prepare and draft projects. So without delay, I will give the floor to Mr. Isaka from Burkina Faso. I think this is a very interesting experience. Mr. Isaka, you were able to listen to the mayors and also the experience from Benin. So we would like to know, as the focal point of the Green Climate Fund, because people are talking about funding, how you integrate this demand from the local government, how to integrate in the tools you have. So thank you. Good morning to all. Yes, of course, you raised many issues, and the mayors also raised many issues, and other panelists try to bring solutions. I would like to say that at the level of Burkina Faso and the Sahel, we have climate constraints and also other security challenges. And my country, Burkina Faso, has just been, harmed by a security phenomenon. So I would like to have a silence meant for those, victims, recent victims in Burkina Faso. 1 minute silence in the memory of the victims of the recent attacks. Thank you very much. So now, to come back to the subjects about planning, implementation of local communal plans. So the diagnosis that has been done is very good. And this is a problem that can can be applied to our coming in the Sahel. So we have displacement of populations, and when we want to face those challenges, we need to have a reference, which is a document. So this is why the local development plans should serve as, the guide to our local government to face climatic challenges and other challenges. So in this perspective, at the level of Burkina Faso, as other countries, we have guides for preparing communal plans, but also with some supports from our partners, we prepared the documents on emerging environmental and sustainable development issues in those communal plans. So this is to say that if the tools are being prepared for our government to integrate questions of climate and sustainability in the planning, the gap that is remaining is the issue of competencies that has been raised by different aspects. So I would like to say that the issue of climate change, we need to see it from two different angles. So we need to promote mitigation measures and also adaptation measures when talking about climate issues. So we need to, tackle the issue in the two angles. Now the issue of mitigation can be solved by sectoral approaches, by more emitters sectors. Now the question of resilience should also be tackled by the local level, because we have the population there at the local level, and then we need to address the risks at the local level, so as we can make it possible for population to come out of this vulnerability. And in this sense, the approaches that can help us determine competencies at the local level are very important. So we need to build the competencies, and then we need to involve them highly in the preparation of those communal development plans. So we think that other plans that also support climate issues or other relevant issues should have as a reference and should be aligned to the communal local plans. And if we do it this way, if the management of the commune are changed, then we'll have to make sustainable the resilience actions. So I would like to come back on the fact that, yes, the mayor said a consultant has been recruited to work on those documents. So, but it's also important to have a team at the level of the common and to build the capacity for them to be able to analyze the work that has been done by the consultant. In the case of the mayor of Aneho, he had the competence to look at the work done by a consultant. So this is why he was able to make comments. So what do I mean? So we need also to build the capacities of people, the expertise at the level of the local government, and planning should be done in taking in a good synergy. So in this field, when we do the diagnosis, we do the planning, when we have a document. Now, another issue is the issue of funding, which is very important. Once we identify the actions, we need to have funds to implement those actions. And this is why the opportunities, the opportunity that we are presenting at the national level is those funding, climate funding, like the Green Climate Fund, that has many criteria that are not easy to meet. But what we do is to give the information to all the stakeholders, because we go at the local, at the regional level, and then we gather the stakeholders, we share information with them about the opportunity that they have to be funded by the Green Climate Fund. And a key indicator of this Green Climate Fund, and which is coherent with the intervention of the mayor, is the potential of impact, how many vulnerable population we are able to draw out of vulnerability. This is the main problem, and this is the main problem we have in our less developed countries, the problem of adaptation. Why do I say it? Because I have a fear. Yes, the communal or local development plan are the guides that can help us move forward. And as said in the Paris Agreement, we should have a down up approach to solve this problem of climate change. But now the adaptation plans are not well highlighted. But we know that in some countries, those adaptation plans are included in the local development plan. So we also need to highlight the issue of adaptation, because we have serious problem in this matter. This is important because if you want to invest on a community, we need to know how many people will withdraw from the vulnerability. So this is what we expect from the different interventions at the local level. So now talking about climate finance. So when we go to share information, the projects or the project ideas that come from the local level, we appropriate them and see how to support those local governments. But what I would like to add is that, so even the resource mobilization at the national and international level is also an investment that we should take into account, because when you look at the planning documents, there are no budget items that are meant for the drafting of concept notes, because we can have a diagnosis, we can have a planning and implement. But for we to come out with a bankable project, we lack some fund that can help those local government to defend the projects when they meet some partners. So I would like them to insert in the budget items that can be used to draft projects. And anytime they go to meetings at the international level, they can now negotiate funding based on the document they have already. So I think by doing so, we can have a better support to the local governments. So yesterday, when we were listening to the debates, the issue of profitability of projects were raised, and I would like to call upon the UCLG to be an advocacy, because all the funding may not, I mean, if we need funding, maybe we should not firstly expect profitability. So because if, for example, we have a community that has a problem of flooding, we cannot fund this community that is harmed by this phenomenon of flooding, and then ask the same community to pay back. So what do I mean? I'm talking about social responsibility. I'm talking of corporate social responsibility, which is also called upon, because even if we need to support some community without having a profitability, I think we need to support them so that they can solve a kind of problem. It's very important. So at this level, I would like to say that this population that we are able to make resilient, if we are able to make resilient the population, this population will become a consumer and also a partner to the private sector. So the private sector can also fund, support the communes without forcefully expecting a return on investment, that is a profitability. And this will make it possible to reconcile adaptation measures and the mitigation measures, because mitigation measures most of the time they have a high level of return on investment, because it's in the case, so the return is more evident. So what will I mean? So I would like to close here by saying that I would like to call on other local governments to have the budgets items, and then ask for competencies like the Green Climate Fund through the national designated authorities to support NGOs and private sectors and also collectivities to build their competencies through capacity building programs. And I think one initiative from ULGS is also how this program of capacity building, not only having data, but also building the capacities on project preparing so that they can raise resources. So this here, I would like to close and thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you for your brilliant presentations. Of course, to tackle climate change, these mitigation and adaptation points is extremely important, because adaptation is a local problematic, and the issue of mitigation can be tackled at the national level. That's the reason why the question of local governments is asked, because the adaptation issue is a quite complicated one, especially when you tackle it on the financial mobilization aspect. So that comes with metrics. It's little less developed because donors ask for traceability of the data. That's the reason why we're having difficulties with the adaptation. And you also talked about the profitability of the projects. You know that adaptation projects have a very long return on investment period. That's the reason why donors do not go very often towards adaptation projects. Now, when it comes to the budget line issue, there is an point that is lacking, and anytime we need it to do that, there is a link lacking. That's the reason why we need to find a concept note clarifying what the donors need so that we can go faster. Thank you, Isaka, for all these clarifications, and I will go towards the room to take questions. So we'll start with, I can see that there are many hands up on this side. Let's take 5 interventions. The microphone, please. Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'd like to thank the panelists for their brilliant presentations. This said, I have a concern. Maybe for us all, we have listened with a huge interest, the panelists, and the question that comes to us as mayors is we need to do everything by the planning of our communes to have an essential tool, which is the plan of development. The colleague from Benin is saying that they're currently at the 4th generation, if I got it right. For Togo, I don't know where we are currently. And I'd also like to know if of yours, the CDP, which has been elaborated with the support of our technical partners, especially DIZ and others, has this document taken into account the reason why we are here? I mean, the climate aspect. If this is the case, it is okay. If this is not, then looking at what we have been doing since yesterday, I think it's necessary to take into account this thematic in this plan that will be soon submitted as our work tool. So this is a strong recommendation that I am making, and maybe I'd also like to know if the Ministry of Environment, I'm rather talking to the GIZ, if that ministry has been deeply involved in the elaboration of these plan. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I am Atarat Faraba, the mayor of Anye 1. I would like also to congratulate the panelists for their brilliant presentation. And my question is about these GCF question, Green Climate Fund. So I'd like to know if in our country, hopefully the Director of Environment is in the room. So who is steering, who is leading this Green Fund at the level of the ministry? So can we have the contacts of the manager of the Green Fund? We saw it that in Benin, it's the Director of Environment. So it's been also said that the reference documents the reference document which should give the points of registration of a certain number of projects should fit with the guide document of the government. If the director of the environment is around, can he provide us with information about that? And it is true that we are, new in the process. So can we have access to all these documents? Thank you very much. Let's give the floor to the lady, please. Thank you. My name is Kasiwa Tipaka, focal point vote 1. My question goes in the same line as the one related to the lack of capacity of the communes to mobilize the resources already at the level of the project creation. At the same time, it is about credit lines, and after that, you have to be able to mobilize these resources. Maybe we'll take profit of the experiences of countries present. So is it possible to make it available at the level of the support, the territorial fund, a resource that can support the communes already at the level of the project development? Because if the experts choose to support the communes, there are still expenses for information researches. So can we plan to put in place a credit line at the level of the support fund where the communes would like to apply, of course, with well-defined criteria, can take profit of this fund? Thank you. Thank you. I would like also to thank the panelists. My name is Kove Kosi, Vice Mayor of Commune Gulf Set Lomé. My apologies, all the communes, all the upcoming communes of Togo have a particularity. I'm still a bit thirsty because we've just started for a little more than 2 years now, but the delegate minister yesterday talked about the documents that are being drafted. What do I mean? I mean, today nearly 90% of the communes do not control the limitations or the borders of their territory. The planning has to be done on the territory. We would like to take part to the environment issues, and planting trees must be done on the territory. Today, even the heritage of the communes are not yet received. Many communes do not master the borders of their communes, and these are all weaknesses. If up to now these steps are not taken, I can't see how we can work properly while we are told that we need to do the communal development plans. How can we do that if we do not master the borders of our territory? So we need to control the maps and do the work properly. Thank you. Thank you very much. No, on the question of the development of the climate plan, I'd like us to demystify this topic. It is true that this issue is holistic. The questions related to climate change are not to be dissociated from other issues of development at the local level. Let's take the example of Février. Février was the first town to enter this path, we chose an approach, a local approach, which allowed us to have the deck of Chevier. At the moment of the CoM SSA, the guide was not even yet ready. So it's this local approach together with the work based on the traditional chiefs and also the opening made at the university and also the decentralized services. This simplified approach allowed us not only to draft this document, but also at the level of the action plans to achieve pilot actions in terms of fight against climate change in Chevier. But we'll need to demystify this elaboration issue. Even better, when you take the elaboration guide of the CDP, GIZ, supported by the GIZ, we have tools that deal with the issues related to climate change. So this is an opportunity for all the communes to already use this guide and deal with climate change issues at the local level. This is an advocacy tool for mayors so that they can also negotiate funds. The upcoming communes can start at that level, elaborating the CDPs and integrate the change plans. It is true that all the communes do not have the skilled technicians to start mature projects, but we can do this opening working with the deconcentrated services of the state. Please, the question, please. I mean, it is not a question, but it's a contribution. Thank you. Let's take two others. Thank you very much. My name is Kloon, Mayor of Mowan Commune, at the level of the Malfa Kasa Fazao Park. I hear a lot about bankable projects, and in my humble view, it means making profit for banks. It's my question, in this fight against climate change, do we have to spend time on profits? Yesterday we were hearing the secretary of CCLU saying that we do not have a lot of time. So shouldn't we more emphasize on the deliverability of the project, on the technical aspect, instead of more putting an emphasis on the non-deliverability on a financial aspect? Thank you. Thank you. I'm Kofi Atu Jene, Mayor of 01 Togo. I'd like to talk to my older brother, Alexis Akeriburu, Mayor of Lake One Commune. Mr. Mayor, in your intervention, you talked about the lack of vegetation in your commune, and you also talked about the use of chemical fertilizers by the market gardeners. But I still have a few concerns when it comes to the main stakeholder who pollutes the ocean at your level. I mean, the company that exploits phosphates, which wastes are poured into the ocean. My question is, in the process of your climate plan, I would like to know what is the margin of maneuver that your administration has to financially, materially, or morally call the societies of of this kind. I mean, the real margins of maneuver, because we do have the tests, the documents, but when it comes to apply them, we come across difficulties. So what are the levers that you have to force these big companies to intervene in our daily struggle? Thank you very much. My name is Yapo Jean-Jacques. I would like also to thank all the panelists. I would like just to tackle the issue related to the mobilization of the private sector in the mobilization of resources and the question of the responsibility of the companies towards the society. And if possible, if there are stakeholders in this room who have relevant experiences and we would like to share them with us, because it is a real issue for us in Côte d'Ivoire to mobilize the private sector around the climate issue and also to be able to take profit of the RSE. So if their experiences, we're ready to listen to them. Let's take two more and give the floor to the panelists. Thank you very much. I thank the partners without any distinction. Thank you for the opportunity and the topic of this morning. My name is Golokoku Novignon, Municipal Advisor and President of the Permanent Commission #2 on the issues related to the environment, and above all, focal point CoM SSA of Commune 1. So we have all noticed that everything said so far by us all relating to the issue of climate and energy is very important. And if partners of institutions endlessly call upon people or work a lot to provide us with knowledge or to raise our awareness, it is not just for the sake of preaching in the desert. It means that at all level there are targets set and results are expected. I think I'm not getting it wrong. So everything that has been told the mayors and their collaborators is good, and we've noted a lot of things, but I'd like just to ask a single question. When we know that the pole of decision is not at the level of the local governments, yesterday someone reminded us of it. I think it was a representative of the Ministry of Environment. There are competencies that are shared and there are the held ones. And when we talk about decisions that should be applied so that we move towards the concrete results as expected by everyone who joins this effort, it's at a certain level. So my question is this. So for everything that has been done since yesterday and we're all aware of, and for which you are ready to act in order to have conclusive results, who is that person who will lead the advocacy towards our governments so that consequent decisions are made? Is it going to be the mayors or their collaborators who will try to escalate everything that has been said to the highest level? or from your side, I mean the partners that you are you leading concrete actions to go towards the government? Otherwise, I'm not the one who will say it. We will waste time talking, and as our brother from Burkina underlined it, when you know that the climate issue is not an issue to be cuddled, you need to act very quickly. Who is that person or that entity who will escalate everything that will have been said here, and when there will be recommendations at the level of the government so that decisions are made? Thank you very much. There are panelists with us who have a very tight agenda. We're nearly at the end of this session, so I will take 2 more persons.
De ce côté pour finir. Et on s'excuse parce que...
Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. Moi, c'est Dr. Kamé.
Morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Mazou. I'm the Executive Secretary of the National Council for Sustainable Development, and I'm the main advisor of the Prime Minister of Niger. I don't have any question, but I'll just share 2 or 4 initiatives that we are doing in Niger to build the capacities of local governments so that they can have access to climate finance. Since 2012, we created 2 frameworks. The first one is the consultation framework for the integration of the climate change in the commune development plans. I mean, in the strategic policies. And then we also created a consultation framework for the stakeholders working in the field of the adaptation to the climate change. So they mean on a yearly basis, they share experiences of good practices to try and see the good practices or the good means and ways to have access to the finances, to the funds. The third thing, there's something that we call the UNFIT, which is the National Alliances for the financing of the local government. How do you call it? A colleague, Togolese colleague said it, saying that they have a common framework. And in the framework of the financing in Niger, this entity is the executor of this at the local level. But what we're doing today is to help this entity to support it, to build its capacity so that they can be the implementation entity for the green funds in Niger. So instead of having an international agency, we are looking for the UNFIT to be accredited publicly, which will make the access easy for the communes. The last point is that 2 years ago, we created what we call the National Platform for the adaptation of the agriculture to climate change. It is a platform to support the decision makers on all the news about climate change. So when I say decision makers, I also include local levels. So this is what I wanted to add according to what people have to say. And this is the initiatives from Niger. Thank you very much. Last question. Thank you very much. I'd also like to thank the panelists for the quality of their presentation. And my name is Emile Atigaku, Director of NGO PADI, focal point for the Covenant of Mayors in Togo and Head of Mission of Support to Towns members of the Covenant of Mayors on the CoM SSA to expertise fronts. I would like, first of all, to ask our friends from Burkina Faso and Benin who have come already a long way when it comes to decentralization to share with us, to share with the Togolese towns in a very easy French how they managed to allow the new communes to be able to, for instance, build their capacities in human resources. Was it thanks to the support of the government, or was it only thanks to local initiatives? Because this represents a real problematic for our communes from 2 to 4, etc. The other aspect is also to share with us in a very simple way how your local governments have been able on an institutional level to have access to the mechanisms of public-private partnership or delegation of public services as well at the planning level as at the implementation and investment level. And my last intervention is going to be a lobbying point towards the partners and the UCLG, who is organizing this forum, to know to help the communes so that they can have access to the funds, because we are all aware that looking at the challenges, the territorial challenges, we cannot only go towards their own resources. So their only choice is to go and look for the mobilization of resources. Now, as an example or as a pilot action, when you start with pilot actions, can the UCLD or the partners put in place a support tool for the local governments in the development of the projects? Even if it's just for a few communes, we will have elements, results, and good practices to demonstrate, to show the effectiveness and the necessity of these two to help communes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Without further delay, I'll give the floor to our friend, Mr. the Mayor, because he has an urgent appointment. Mr. the Mayor. Thank you very much. Maybe I will start by answering the questions relating to the CDPs and the ones relating to the support funds to the local governments. Nevertheless, I'll use the last intervention, the last question, because if there is something obvious that we can see from the different contributions that we have added so far, it is the clear progress of countries like Benin and Burkina when it comes to only implementation, but also in the exercise of their mandate of decentralization and planning of local development, which is inclusive and which takes into account these climate issues. So for this one, thank you for the clarity of your presentations, and thank you for the hope that you are bringing about despite all the difficulties. And thank you for the perspectives that you are bringing here to us in Togo. So this one is a fact that has been underlined by nearly all the mayors who have intervened in the room to mention or to talk about the fact that we are new communes. We shouldn't forget that the first communal elections have been organized for the last 32 years now. And this has enforced the integral communalization of the Togolese territory, and we have gone from 21 to 117 communes. So now, what is the generation of the CDP that we have in Togo? For the communes that were already existing before 2019, so they are at their second generation of commune development plans. But for the rest of them, they start from scratch, and this is the real challenge that we have to face for the communes and also for the lead ministry, so which is to endow all the communes with this so-called elaboration guide of the commune development. And I think there was a question asked to know if these guides were elaborated in consultation with the environment ministry, and does it integrate the approaches to take into account the issues to climate change or adaptation to climate change in the local development, but also in the projects that are to be integrated? Yes, of course. And I think, and I don't know if it has already been stated yesterday, and the tour of distribution and popularization of these guide in all the communes is starting next week. Hopefully, I'll meet you in your respective communes as of next week. This is one point. Now, on the question relating to, and I think this has been raised, this has been an approach developed by the FADEC, and it seems to me that it's about Burkina. Is there a specific or particular line to be integrated to the support fund to the local governments, specifically dedicated to the climate change? So you are all better placed than me to know that it's only our second year of operation for these support funds to the local governments. Its operationalization is a fact, but its functioning still needs some improvement. The capacities of the members of the management committee also deserve to be built and also sensitized to these questions. Nevertheless, in my humble point of view, it is not an aspect that I will advocate. So specifically integrate a line dedicated to the reinforcement of the availability of the resources in order to fight against climate change. Why? Because the question is not about having a line dedicated to this aspect, but the question is to say, do I have, looking at the skills that have been transferred to me or not, skills that are necessary to exercise them? Because this is taking the risk to say that you have these kind of competences, skills, or resources, or not. You don't have the transfer of resources that corresponds. While it seems to me that the advocacy that is made is that it is necessary that the measures taken in order to adapt my commune to make it resilient to the impacts of climate change, but also to mitigate these impacts, must be transferred to me. I am the one who knows the ground, my commune, and the operators who can help me, etc. So on a general aspect, I need resources, and I need them to exercise my competences, my skills. And generally, I need I need to communicate my needs at the national level. This advocacy, the FCT, the Urban Organization of the Togolese Communes, has only been very briefly talked about. It follows the Union of the Togolese Communes. I think it is rather to the mayors to talk about this issue. I think that urban organization is a platform that we must use so that we can make lead the advocacy of your requests at the level of the lead ministry when it comes to these financing issues, but also when it comes to the borders of your territories. You must all know that there is for now a vast campaign led by the ministry in charge of the development of the territory, which aims at mapping the whole sets of infrastructures that exist in the different communes. This mapping involves a review of the mapping of the communes. This already exists today under the shape of Excel tables, but they don't have official maps. Urban organization is still a platform to be used to lead the advocacy, to talk about how much the planning of local development or any skill exercise needs the delimitation of the territory in order to be able to exercise the intercommunality that was raised. Hopefully, I have answered all the questions concerning the planning of local development, and maybe another point which is very important that needs to be mentioned, looking at the next steps that will be started after these events. You certainly know that one of the most important points of the government roadmap for 2025 is the support to 10 pilot communes in the elaboration of their commune development plans, but also the elaboration of territorial development plans. So these 10 pilot communes are being selected according to well-defined criteria by the government. The German government and the government corporation take the commitment to support the elaboration of this development plan for the communes. The German financial corporation is also ready to support that, to finance the implementation of these commune development plans through the support fund to the local governments. So I think it's very important through the Togolese Hub of Communes to play a role in the selection of these 10 pilot communes. Who are they and what is their objectives, and to what extent, what are the skills they need to develop resilient territories? What is the role that the mayors of the communes can play participating in the implementation of this roadmap?
Thank you, Madam, for all those comments. I know that you have an appointment. Thank you very much. So I'm sorry, I need to leave you for another appointment, but we'll have time to discuss later. So now, Mr. Director, you have the floor to answer the questions. Thank you very much for those clarifications. I think the question that has been put to me is to put in simple words how we are able to build capacities at the level of the communes. So from my own experience, so it was through all our activities, you know, all the country that went to the convention, they have commitments, documents like national communications. And now in Benin, we are having the 4th edition of our communications. And in this document, we evaluate the vulnerability of the country through all development sectors. And the approach used is that we hold many workshops that involve the different stakeholders from the private and public sector, local government, researchers, and every stakeholders. And in this approach, we raise a lot of awareness. And then local governments are involved. And then they start having knowledge on those different topics. So we used to do it regularly. So I don't think there is a country that does not do it. So it's through our meetings, our workshops, that we invite officers from local government, and then from those, from their participation to those meetings, the capacities are built. Now, communes have started to, raise their own needs, and they talk to the states, the government, to come and share experience with them and even participate to the workshop that those communes, initiate themselves. So this also contributes to capacity building in a practical way. So many communes are doing that in Benin, and this has become a habit. This is why progressively the authorities at a certain level are informed, and when it comes to enact tax decrees, orders, most of the time, even the tests are drafted by officers. So I refer to the National Committee on Climate Change. This is a document that has been updated because the first version was drafted in 2003. So now the new version that has been updated 2 years ago represents or highlights or involves clearly the local governments, and then takes into account the needs of those local governments. So I don't want to be long. This is the way we have proceeded, because moreover, sometimes there are opportunities, call for projects and initiatives and other training, and local government themselves take initiative and ask for support, and by doing so, they are able to build their own capacities. So another question is about all that we do. Who will lead the advocacy? Who will report to the government so that the government can be aware and take appropriate measures? I think we all should play this goal, maybe the situations may differ from a country to another, but I think we are uh, uh, we are we are the same, and there is no separation between the central government and the local governments. So, but the only problem that there is not much communication between the central government and the local one. So, I think you need to initiate such dialogues, and then you need to report your needs to the minister in charge of administration, and then the Minister of Environment will also be informed. You can also write letters to them. You can even invite the Minister of Environment to to have a word on a situation in your community. So I think you can initiate those kind of dialogues of advocacy, and then you will make, by doing so, the government to take a decision. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to quickly answer a question that has been put on projects that are said to be bankable. So yes, this is the word that has been used because yesterday there were many banks that were present. But if this question is asked to me or to the representative of the Green Climate Fund, I will just say that the projects that we are talking about are rather projects that are achievable and sustainable. And what we want to mean, the question was that yes, the project should be technically achievable, and because I said that we need to have access to data, and we also need to know exactly what are the outcomes or the impacts of the projects, technically and economically speaking. So also, is this project socially acceptable? So the project should, meet all those conditions. For example, if you want to have a thermal production plant, so in city, maybe because of pollutions that can come from this plant, population may not be ready to accept it. So this is an example. Now, I will also say that the project should be profitable. I will not say bankable, but profitable, because you need to think about sustainability on a long run. Now, how will the project be maintained, and how will this project generate profits, not for banks, but for the society and the private sector? How can this project help develop companies at the local level? So when I talk of sustainability, so is all this, because we have sustainability at the economical level, sustainability at the environmental level, and then sustainability at the social level. So this is what I would like to mean. Thank you, Marianne. So there were other questions to Mr. Mayor. So as I often say it, the question of, transnational companies are concerns all of us, because we are aware of the situation. But I want to say that this question of multinational companies, they concern us. But what I would want to say is also that the fish that are, from my community are sold everywhere, and people don't need to know where those fish are coming from. I would like to say that we are having discussion with the government, and we are having dialogues at the level of the ministry, so that we can find appropriate solutions to the question of the issue of pollution by the company exporting phosphate. So, and I hope very soon appropriate solutions will be found to those complex issues. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. There are some questions on which I would like to give my opinion. Now, talking about the experience of the decentralization process in Burkina Faso, I would like to say that Burkina Faso, so we had recently local elections in Togo, but in Burkina Faso, I would like to say that we were committed in this decentralization process 20 years ago, and up to now, you will see that skill transfer, competence transfer at the level of local governments. At this level, there are a lot to be done again. So although we started a long time ago, and now the Association of Municipalities are now working to have the regulation that can help them deal directly with the partners. So if you take, for example, the money fund for the local development, there is a percentage of 1% that go to the communities where mines are exploited. So this is an example. I know that in Togo, you have just started decentralization, and then you can think about having ideas and advocating so as to have a legislation that can be in your favor. I think that there is the next mayor where a next panel, sorry, where a mayor from Burkina will attend, and he may come deeply on those issues. Now we also discussed about projects, and we said when we talk of banking project, I would like just to say that projects that are sustainable. This is what we mean, because if for the project to be funded, this project should be aligned on our national priorities, but also aligned with the sector, funding sector of the donors or the partners. So in this perspective, that we said that we need to have banking projects that are aligned with the partners or donors, objectives. So for example, if you have a donor like the Green Climate Fund that has specific criteria and domains. So if you don't comply with these domains, even if your project is very good, you will not be funded. So this is why we need to work so that we can meet, the criteria and the domain of funding of those partners. Now, as far as the involvement of the private sector, we have an experience in Burkina Faso, and we are going toward accreditation to the Green Climate Fund, and with the Chorus Bank International, with the Environment Intervention Fund, which is a public entity. So I will say that, yes, the private sector can be mobilized, but based on the profits. So you need to know that, yes, if the private sector can be involved in your issues, so they should also win or have a profit from that. So this is I mean, a win-to-win partnership. So in our country, when we started the having exchanging with the private sectors, we used to have workshops, and then we present them the interests. We need to present to the private sector the interests to help or to help raise the fund, and also we also present them the vulnerability to those climate changes, and by doing so we are able to get them involved. But in the beginning, it's not easy, because you can invite people from private sector to meeting workshop and they will not show up. But you need to keep on working, and today we are working seriously together with the private sector in this fight against climate change. Now, someone talk about capacity building of, the local governments. So the Green Climate Fund has resources available for the different stakeholders to get prepared to go directly to raise fund to, with those facilities. You just need to approach the focal points of your country, and he will explain you how to proceed and how to draft concept notes based on priorities, so that you can submit it and raise fund at the international level. And so this is what we call readiness programs that are available at the level of countries. So these are some of the questions put to me, and this was my view on those questions. Thank you, Mr. Isaka. I would like you to put hands together for the panelists. So thank you. Thank you. So this is the end of the session. Thank you very much.
Je pense qu'il y a beaucoup Donc, la deuxième session, elle va concerner le renforcement des capacités des associations. Donc, on appelle Abdou, président de l'association de municipalités de Niger, au podium. Monsieur Atropko, président de l'association des maires du Bénin. Monsieur Yassine Daoudi, maire de Guisser et vice-président de l'AMPCC. Et Madame Ige Olatukombo, directrice du centre Living. Donc, on va prendre 5 minutes le temps d'avoir nos panélistes. Et on commence. Donc, il y a juste un petit retard de 10 minutes. On va attendre 10 minutes, le temps à ce que nos panélistes arrivent. Il y a le président de l'association des communes de Benin qui va venir dans 10 minutes. Donc, on va prendre 10 minutes de pause, le temps à ce que les panélistes puissent prendre place. OK?
Ça, c'est le terme. cette étape et quelles sont les étapes futures avec
avait besoin de renforcer notre capacité. On commence. Regagnez les chaises, s'il vous plaît. On va commencer dans 2 minutes, s'il vous plaît. Les panélistes.
Les associations وغادي ندير في الاول واحد الديسكريبسيون ديال شكون هو SSA بعد لي شوتي اللي دخلنا فيهم لا نيسيسيتي في ressources humaines, climat, finance. والو شوف والله الا كان كاينش الصح ديالو بالمدينه راساتهم كيحسدوا في القميحه اللي راه صحيح هادشي دابا هادشي ديال الكلينيك راه باغي يدرس في سجل جا الكوفيد جا ما نساش راه الوزنات خاويه دونك هادي بيسيو ما شفتي والو لا هو كلشي مي انا راه شرحت هذاك الكيمياء
C'est le secrétaire permanent de la Côte de l'association de l'IVO
Non.
لا ما كاينش كاع هنا il va remplacer غادي يدخل بانيل ما كاينش سي
ما
بيان
كاينش
نديرو لا
ما
كوت
كاينش
ديفوار
لا لا ما كاينش
سي تاودي مير بويندي ارمون بويندي
لا لا ما نديروش هكاك ما كاينش هذاك ما كاينش
جو بونس كو سي بوسيبل
لا لا بعدا ندخلوا الناس غير نبداو راه
ماشي
كنباسي
يدخلوا كيديروا البوز عينا راه انا كندوروا على الناس كياكلوا جايه يا عباد الله
لا راه قول على عيط لها عيط لهم رادك S'il vous plaît, regagnez les 16, on va commencer, s'il vous plaît. Donc, on a pris beaucoup de retard, on s'excuse.
We're quite late on the program. We're sorry for that. We'll start this session. This session is about the capacity building of the local governments.
Il y a de la place. Donc, on va commencer, s'il vous plaît. Donc, cette session va s'articuler.
This session will be about the capacity building. We have seen during the previous sessions all the interventions deal with the question of the capacity building, whether it is in the framework of the planning or whether it is in the one of the implementation. Many requests have been formulated about the access to finance or to the funding, which is very important. And the weakest point at the level of a local government. And we would like this session to be a very operational one, given that we would like to be able to assess very concretely the capacity building issue, because we've always talked about the capacity building, but we need to do it on a more operational aspect, which will allow us to fill in a gap, an existing gap, to make local governments more operational. Without further delay, I will now give the floor to Mrs. Daudi, Mr. Daudi rather, sorry. So Mr. Daudi, I'd rather give the floor to Mr. Sionko first so that he can give us an overview of the needs in terms of the capacity building of the local governments. And we all know that the local governments have just been created and they have huge needs. So up to you, Mr. Sionko. Thank you very much, Mr. Mu, Mr. Mbu. I thank all the panelists, all the participants. First of all, I would like to thank you for being here in Togo, because we should say that when it comes to decentralization, we are the last born ones. We are the babies of Africa, of West Africa, when it comes to Francophone countries. And this is the opportunity to present to all the participants and organizers, to present you all the apologies of Mrs. the President of the Urban Organization of the Communes of Togo for her multiple occupations. She is really impeded. She cannot make it here. Nevertheless, she greets you all warmly. That one said, when you are in the framework or in the context of capacity building, I would like us to talk about the question of decentralization. And it is all the more important that we find ourselves in the field of democracy, because when we say decentralization, we are clearly in the context of the sharing of power, the sharing of knowledge. And when you say sharing, it means that, you know, we must be certain that you are able to use what has been given you or distributed to you. It also raises the question of the culture of democracy. And I often mean, when I'm talked about the capacity building, we'll directly talk about budget. We'll also directly talk about legal knowledge, of course, but there is also a need to change one's mindset. And someone said it yesterday, talking about the change of paradigm. Instead of looking for knowledge in books, we must first ask ourselves the question, first of all, what do I need to know? Because the capacities are the savoir-faire, the know-hows, and the knowledge. So I think what we should first learn, because now we are learning, we are on the learning stage, and it is very important because we are in the phase of change, and you know, change imposes knowledge, not only knowledge but communication, and it is important that we know it. So I think that in our context, the urban organization plays a central role. It is allowing the 117 communes of Togo to understand that each mayor, each elected local official, each citizen must change his or her mentality. And this change of mindset is imposed by the culture of democracy, because when you are elected, it means that you must give account, but you must have the take the position of the person who knows that he must be accountable to others. We talk about accountability, and I think that the herb organization must make all the members understand in its dynamic of change, I would say, dynamic of capacity building, to accompany the mayors to a change of mindset. We will say it, you know, high scholars say change of paradigm. So I think the Arab organization plays the central and fundamental role. And it goes, of course, through the sharing of experience. Our friends from Morocco are here, or the ones from UCLG are here to tell us. We do not need to go into a huge room to talk about these things. The idea of the Herb organization is to allow the communes among them to meet each other, to do things together, to dialogue. So I believe that in what the urban organization is doing on a practical aspect is to organize meetings, and these meetings are already training sessions which are not formalized sessions but which allow people to start a dialogue. So I wanted to talk about these elements to say that the urban organization of the communes of Togo put itself in a line of change of mindset so that everyone understands that being in a process of democracy, being in a process of change, which is at its beginning, we need to understand that we are learners. And in this dynamic of learning, we must acknowledge that we do not know, we do not have full control, and then we need to be in a position of the people who don't know. First element. Now, the second one, in the capacity buildings, let's say something. I was earlier talking about budget, and it is important that everyone knows what is a budget, what is it made up of. So we put in place trainings for this purpose, and there is also in this dynamic of capacity building very clearly a yearning for going towards or reaching out to the others for a sharing of experiences. That's where joint actions make sense. And when you have a certain number of Arab organizations proposing us to be in partnership with us, when we have associations, we must see with them to have links that can help us to share experiences. So the Arab organization must be an observatory. So what is an observatory? It is a body that allow us to make studies on a certain number of fields, and these fields must be known. We talk about climate, and that's where the meaning of climate is absolutely important. And this brings me to the very topic for which we're here. It's important that we shouldn't forget one thing. When I was talking about change of position and mindset, yesterday we talked about trees being cut everywhere. Today we have, and we know that when the wood is cut is to make firewood, and what do we put in place? Of course, within the refela, and then the refela being led by women. Women are sensitized on climate issues, and they guide their behavior, and these allow us to understand the very meaning that it is important that we have as main problematic the climate. In the issues related to capacity building, I think that we should talk about the very simple tools put in place that allow these capacity building, the development plan for communes, the urban organization of the Togolese communes, of course, took part to the updating of the methodological guide. The urban organization will contribute, of course, to the popularization of this plan. But in this plan, it is important that climate and energy plan is well involved. So this allows us right at the beginning in the elaboration of the budget to let people understand how much the notion of climate is important. But there are also tools put in place. When we talk about the Office of the Citizen, our organization sees to it that that Office of the Citizen really lives, and the citizen must question the issues relating to the climate. So, briefly speaking, in this dynamic, it's also important that we, at the level of the herb organization, ask the questions related to climate on from an economic perspective. How can the climate change help us have other sources of financing? How can we accompany the communes to understand that it can help people not only to change the behavior, but also to change the dynamic? In this dynamic, we must simply say that we have a certain number of tools that will be put in place and that will allow our learning to enable the herb organization to be a port where the change enables at the same time learning. Simply to say that it is the support in the position of everyone, that the urban organization takes position and allows everyone to really adopt the right behaviors so that this climate change is integrated in the plans but also in the behaviors. Thank you, Mr. Nyongo. Of course, in Togo, uh, they are in at the starting phase. So the question of capacity building is important. This capacity building is about all the operational architecture of the communes, whether it is in the planning, or in the budget, or the responsibilization. You talked about the question capacity building is linked to the decentralization. Decentralization is also democracy and responsibility. So there is a whole work site open in terms of capacity building in Togo. So I will now give the floor to Mrs. Georgette. She is in charge of the Association of Mayors of Benin to tell us the experience of Benin when it comes to the capacity building, especially focusing on the needs. So what are the needs that have been identified so that the climate action can really take its real dimension? Thank you very much, Mr. Nbu. At the beginning, please accept the apologies of the National Association of the Communes of Benin, whose chairman is currently in online conference. Now, on the issue bringing us together here, I mean the one relating to the capacity building of the associations for the case of Benin, the NCB took the commitment starting from 2015. What we've been able to identify as capacity building, I will make a summary of it in three main points. The first one is about human resources, because beyond all the things we are talking about, will certainly tackle the issue related to resource mobilization, but we need human beings. So the need to build capacities is first at the level of the human resources. I will develop later. And then we have the capacity buildings for the mobilization of climate finance. And finally, the development of tools. We always talk about the DPCs. The question is how to integrate the climate issue in these plans. So we must go towards the development of tools to help local governments to properly planify the issue related to climate change. When I take the first point relating to human resources at the level of the National Association of Communes of Benin, the decision has been made to design or to nominate a focal point for climate change since 2016. The idea is to build the capacities of this person, and I was lucky enough to be that person. So the idea is to build the capacities of that person and also a support team for that person. And also still at the level of the herb organization of Benin, sometimes we have to use cabinets of consultants that support us because the worksite is vast. Because since yesterday we noticed that it's a lot of question about bankable projects. So we need to mobilize consultants to support us. So this is what we did in 2015, and we've been able to support the commune of Copago, which is in the northern part of Benin, and which was able to apply for the trophy climate initiative, and they won it. Now, when I come to the level of climate research, it is not given to everybody to get all the funds that we've been talking about since yesterday. So we need to identify people who know the approach mechanism of these funds to be able to write concept notes and submit them. And I think the question was asked this morning. There are many options. In each country, we have execution agencies. For instance, for the case of Benin, I know more UNDP and UNCDF who accompany different structures to the drafting of concept notes so that they can now develop projects. Now, for the question of the mobilization of climate finance, it is question of building the capacities of people who intervene on the topic so that they can have the necessary skills to go towards the funds. And finally, the development of tools in Benin. We've been able to develop an integration guide of climate change in the planning document. We call them communal development plans. I can tell you that currently the INCB is on the ground to accompany all the 77 communes to mainstream climate change in their planning documents. Let me confess that it's a very complicated and difficult exercise. And to be successful as our organization, we need to work with the central level. It means the ministry in charge of the environment and climate issues. So we often request the support of the National Directorate for Climate Change. And we earlier listened to one of the managers of this directorate, Mr. Medar. So we work beside these directorate, which from time to time supports us to organize meetings with mayors, and not only with mayors. Let me come back a little bit on the issues related to human resources at the level of ANCB. The issue is at three levels. We have the human resources at the level of the hub organization, the ones at the level of the regional and departmental associations, because in our country we have the 12 departments and the 77 communes. So the communes that are found at the level of each department come as a group. So we need to support the focal point in charge of the climate issues. And finally, we go down to the level of the communes to build the capacities of the elected officials. At that level, it's important because At the level of each commune, there is the political and the technical aspect. The political one is the mayor and his advisor. Even though the technicians integrate questions related to climate change in the plans, that's the reason why the main stakeholder to sensitize at the level of the local government is the mayor, who must understand that the issues related to climate change is a real asset, a real issue, and he needs to share this vision with the members of the board of advisors. Once once that body uh, controls or owns this issue, it is easier at the level of the planificators that we need to train the insertion of the issues related to the climate change in the planning documents, follows up. And finally, we have at the level of the communes, the responsibles of environment cells, because the issue is so important that at the level of each commune, we have a person in charge of the issues related to climate and environment. So in Benin, in each ministry, you will see a department in charge of environment and climate issues. So this is, as a summary, what we've been able to do so far when it comes to capacity building. So it's at three levels. The research of financing, and finally the research of the elaboration of tools. Now, when it comes to the the research of financing, I will advise people on the ground to be dynamic, because we tend to think that it's only at the level of the funds. Today, the local governments do not have direct access. There is a canvas, a channel. You can go towards the delivery agencies to mobilize funds. And as it was said earlier, we have a national fund that supports local governments in the mobilization of resources.
So now we are giving very clear messages, which is good. Now I'm going to give the floor to Jacques. He's the General Manager of the Union of Commune Cities and Commune of Côte d'Ivoire, and he's going to speak about this issue, how this case evaluation capacity building issue is tackled in Côte d'Ivoire. You have the floor. So, in terms of capacity building, Côte d'Ivoire, the Union of Cities and Commune of Côte d'Ivoire, which is the association of Ivorian communes, is trying to bring its contribution to the impact in improving knowledge of local stakeholders on key topics about climate change. So our role as association obliges us to work to put every commune in good, appropriate conditions for them to be able to request for fund from the Green Fund. So a time ago, we started working with the Green Fund, Poker Fund in Côte d'Ivoire, who is established in the Ministry of Environment. And the first work is to understand all the topics about related to climate change. And with this focal point, we undertook capacity building activities, and workshops with the private sector to think about how to raise funds. And today, the work that has been done concerns all the topics related to climate change. So we revisited all the aspects about negotiations with partners, and then we looked at the selection criteria, the eligible project selection criteria, and we also worked on all the climate fund windows. And then we also had all information about national determined contribution, NDC. So because these are very important, as we see the importance and the adverse impact of climate change on territories or communities. And we also know the important role localities or communities should play to address the climate change. Moreover, we also work on issues of communication on climate change. We drafted the annual reports, and also we also had assessment of technical needs in terms of adaptation. And also I think about preparing the country program, Green Fund country program. So when we finish this exercise, so when we will finish this exercise, we will know more, will be well, built, our capacity will be well built. And then the second phase is to impact the technicians on the ground, because the elected officials, they should understand, but technically speaking, they should be assisted by technicians when it comes of preparing projects. This is why we also need to build capacity of those technicians. And recently we sent a request to UNDP in Côte d'Ivoire for the capacity building of elected officials, mayors, and also the technicians that support them, their work. And fortunately, this request has been approved, and very soon we are going to hold capacity building activities with elected officials and also technicians. So we are also working with the focal point, the Green Fund focal point, because in Côte d'Ivoire, we have a problem of non-alignment of local and national policies. So we are working on that. Because contrary to other countries where the communal plans, the communal development plan are not in our country, are not a must. So this is why it's difficult to align the other 3 annual plans and then the communal development plans. But the idea is to align policies so that we can make it compulsory for communes to prepare the communal plan. So in fine, what we target is to have in each commune every climate focal point that will be able to address every issues related to climate, and who will have the necessary capacities to have access to every funding windows in the field of climate change. Thank you, Mr. Director. It's very clear. So you are having a mapping of needs in structural or operational entities, which is very important. You also refer to needs, technological needs that are also required in the implementation of climate activities. So now I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Daoudi. And then Ms. Ek will follow. So thank you, Ms. Mbo. So I would like to thank or greet the panelists. I would also like to thank the assistant, the participants. I will try to sum up very briefly the experience of the Association of President of Communes in Morocco in terms of capacity building, and also the way it builds its know-how, its experience, even if it is still very young. So, our organization is established as part of the decentralization process in Morocco, which started back in 1960 and which was accelerated under the chairmanship of the King Mohammed VI. And this has been translated into the 2011 Constitution of Morocco, which highlighted that decentralization is a governance mode. So in 2013, the Association of Communal Council President has been established to back or to support this decentralization process. And this association capitalized on the assets of previous decades. And this is an association which members has been elected. So the president also has been elected with majority, and the management board, all members of the management board are also elected, and their elections are approved by the General Assembly. So in our process, we are democratic. And now we tackle issues about decentralization, building of capacity of local governments, and all the local stakeholders. So the association now it has fixed the elections of legislative elections of 2015. Why am I telling? Why am I saying this? Why am I saying this? Because before going to build capacity of local government, we started with building the capacity of the administrative staff and also the elected official of our own association. So this is where we started amending the organic laws officially, and we contributed in the enactment of new laws, and we created in our association a legal, commission, a legal unit, and which participate actively with the central authorities to to the adoption or enactment of new laws that should be aligned with the local practices. So this is the first step, and we had a legal unit, a legal commission in our association, and then we also have other units, other commissions in our in our association. But today, with the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic, we were forced to increase our digital capacities. We all know it now. If everybody were connected, so the fight against the pandemic would have been very easy. So it would have been more important reaction capacity and a more prevention capacity. So we decided to establish digital units, which is responsible for the mapping with the local governments, who are in the number of 1,503, so which is not easy, but we have a very strong team that is making it possible to our association or to this unit to have a digital mapping that will allow the local government that will be affiliated to benefit from capacity buildings according to the specificities of every commune, because we do not most of the time hold general actions or policies, but we look at the specificities, because every commune has different needs and different specificity. So this is something difficult, because we always ensure that we are specific in our intervention, and then all that we do is aligned with the national policy. So so of course, we also work with other people, other partners to which we are open. And when I say other partners, I would like to talk about the university, so which is our a partner of our association. So university, as you know, is a place where knowledge is developed, and then with the university, the local the officials are also able to develop their knowledge. So we had a partnership with the University of Hawaii, which is certified by different international institutions, including that from the United States. So this university is our partner. And we were able to achieve this partnership not only with our funding or our financial means, but with the support of the directorate in charge of local government of the Minister of Interior. So, and this partnership is ongoing, and we have best practices and good impacts on local governments. So actions are diverse. I will just mention some of them. One is the one including climate, because climate is a very emerging issue worldwide. And we as local government, we cannot pretend to fight against climate change if we don't have human and financial resources. So if you don't have financial resources, you will not have human resources as well. And if you don't have human resources, even if you have financial resources, your money will not be useful. So we need to combine both the two elements, that is human resources and then financial resources. So this is why our association and its partners, in collaboration with the governments and the Association of the Regions of Morocco, has established a technical task force, which is operational and which works to prepare a project pipeline, green project pipeline to be funded or to be, submitted for funding at the international level. So, and this expertise, financial expertise, we cannot have it on each commune. This will be expensive. So as we cannot have individual expertise or expertise at the level of every commune, so we thought about having this unit or this unit of expertise, which is today operational. And this unit is ready to share its experience with the local government from Morocco and also local government from other African countries. So I'll not be long, but I would just like to add something. So we need to remind that our association has been elected by every African government, has been chosen as by African government to lead, to be the lead, so at the global level. So this is why I would like to thank you for your confidence, and we are here to work together for our future. So we are not going to close ourselves to our European friends, but we are going to work together. But if you allow our experience, the experience of AMPCC has our experience need to be enriched more by other partnerships that we are trying to have, so that we can move forward together. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Daoudi. It was a very enriching experience on the INPCSA. It's an extremely interesting experience, given that it can be shared. Now, the question of partnership with universities is a fundamental issue. It can better structure the capacity building of the elected officials. And now we have the chance to be together with us, a center of excellence. We have the director, Mrs. the Director, that you listen to. Now, I would like to hear your point of view. How do you look at these issues related to the capacity building of the local governments? You have the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Thank you for inviting me to this important meeting. I am an Anglophone. It means that I speak English, but I'll try to speak French. So don't listen to the mistakes, but listen to my reflections. The idea is to build the capacity of the elected ones to better lead these questions, to implement these issues related to climate change. As far as I'm concerned, it starts with, as my sister here said it, our vision. This question of climate change. Does it remain something theoretical for us, something that is being imposed from somewhere else, or is it our true reality? And how to translate these problems that we experience every single day, all these threats that we see at our doors, is it something that we take seriously? Already, I think all the previous interveners talked about the fact that there is a mismatch between the governances at the central, at the local, and sometimes it is not aligned. Uh, shall it be so? If it is so, what can we do to make sure that both are aligned? Because we know that in Africa, we have a lot of experience. We have a lot of experience in democracy, but I think it's uh, where I'm a bit lost. The role of the population in all these things. We are the elected officials of the people. If we need to be practical, we have forests where there are no more trees. It's the population that is going to plant, so it is up to them. We make an experience here. Togo has this culture to do it each day of June 1. We planted, but we will keep watering the plant. So it is not the development plant that will do it. It's the people. It is the people who must stay connected. So I think there are political actions, there are technical actions, as you said, but I think we need to develop the culture. I think it's at that level that I think there is a little gap where we talk in our rooms here, but what do we do with our people? What where are these people in these speeches, and what can we as elected officials or technicians working at the city hall, what are we doing to make sure that this resource, because I think the population is our resource, it is not the millions, because we have spent a lot of millions on many projects that are not sustainable, because the people do not have, the population haven't owned this project. So it's good to make documents, it's good to do things, but if the population cannot see that it is just a speech made at the Hôtel de Février, but a true reality, I think we'll keep, meeting a lot. But I think that's where I start with. If Mr. Mayor invites me, I'll ask him, what is your vision? What is the vision of your commune? So what is the culture that your commune is trying to develop, and what is your way to make it? So I think it is all these internal questions. And we have, as one of the interveners said, we already have examples of networking in some countries. We also have the technology that can help us to keep in the mindset of our people the importance of these issues. So when we think of the tools that we need today, it's not only the documents, it's the involvement of our people. I think an inclusive leadership at the level of the development of a system of an inclusive leadership at the level of the city halls or local governments. I think this is very important for us all. Now, on communication, what is the message that we are trying to convey to our populations? And when I say our populations, I mean a more multidisciplinary approach. So it's not only politics talking to each other, but it's everyone saying that these climate issues are for us all. So the tools that we need to prepare, it's not just to give to the and UNDP or all these agencies, but to give to our people something they can themselves start doing these things. I also think that this question of change of our mindset, I think this is one of the most important questions for us, because I think COVID-19 in a certain way is a blessing, because for the very first time we've all experienced a situation where we were at home, where we were forced to speak to each other, to start thinking differently. I think that we must keep this doing this way on this issue, because it's when the people know that when I take the pure water sachet, I shouldn't throw it in the streets. So it will be easier for the mayor to have trash bins everywhere. But if we mobilize resources and buy trash bins and people still don't throw their dumps in them and there is no sanction, but we'll keep to the funds. So we'll still have difficulties. So I think the idea is to try and have an approach that really puts the population at the heart of this discussion on climate change. That can also help us. And in this case, when I say that I think COVID-19 helped us a bit, I think today many people find themselves with maybe there is no work, but we have the possibility to look in this box of protection of the environment, all the work that we have been doing so far on climate change, to develop new tools, new capacities that can do that the people who have lost their jobs now can enter in a circular economy, who can come to work in this field to help us, so that even the little resources that we have, we can work with them. So as far as I'm concerned, I think that today let's look at the internal field to start this discussion. What do we have and how can we use it to promote the sustainability of all our actions? Because otherwise we'll mobilize resources, but what next? So the structures are there. There is no maintenance system. There is no culture of real will to change. So I don't know if we're really moving forward. So I think that in addition to all the colleagues have said, I think this is what I can add. So for me, it's not only a question of money. I think it starts with our brains, our minds. So if we're all ready to change, I believe the climate itself can see that you're ready.
Je pense, merci beaucoup. Vous avez là.
Thank you very much. You have put an emphasis on a very extremely important point, which is the population, because we have put a lot of programs in place, but if there is no ownership at the level of the population, we are doing an investment which is going to be to no avail. Because when we talk about the issue related to capacity building, we have invested a lot in this component, but I think we invest with a vision of accountant and not a vision of managers. I think that the issue, as it was said, the issue related to the political aspect, I think if the politics are not convinced, all we are doing is offside, because it is the ownership of the politics first, so that it is mainstream in the population. That's the reason why this issue of capacity building is fundamental because we pass very quickly on the diagnosis. While the diagnosis is very important, we skip the diagnosis very quickly, while it is very important to raise the main issues that we need to support. We are a little bit late on the first roundtable. I think we'll now take 2 questions from the room so that we can we have a very heavy afternoon with a roundtable on finance and on a readiness program. So I'll give the floor to 2 persons in the room.
Le deuxième là, vas-y. Vas-y. J'ai fait ça parce que
I'm doing this because there are, the panelists have appointments just after this. So go ahead, sir, please introduce yourself.
Bonjour, je m'appelle.
Morning, my name is Bulo Kofi, mayor of the commune of Gnassingbé. No, it's not such a question, but I drew 2 important lessons that I would like to share, especially with the Federation. This is the case of Benin and Ivory Coast, where we need to work in synergy with government facilities because the information are at the level of government structures. So we must necessarily have consultations or exchanges between communes and the government structures so that we can have access to the information and the mechanism. Sometimes we look for the information somewhere, but unfortunately, we do not have full control of the process. I would like also to say that in this vein, that the communes are the kingpins of the government. Let me take the example of Togo, where we have an ambitious project of planting 1 billion trees within the next 5 years. These ambitious projects, if we do it with each communes, where each of them has 1,000 trees per year, you will see that it's no more the Ministry of Environment that will do it on his own, but it will be a very conclusive result because the communes are there to do the monitoring after. The second one is also from the intervention of our colleague from Morocco. There is a need to have a strong structures at the level of each communes in each countries to take the lead of each action instead of each commune going in an isolated way on the market of the partners to say that we are looking for this or that. It will be better if that action is led by the Federation on behalf of all the communes. I think that will give more strength, more value to the thing. Thank you very much. Thank you. The intervention of the last panelist stirred my interest. My name is Akiti Dose, General Secretary, Commune Gulf 1, Lomé. The position of the population most of the time we see that the people do not feel very interested in what we are doing. And this is for many reasons. They have needs that we are not able to fulfill, to satisfy, and the population has also been, marked by prior events and also by some positions. That is the reason why our actions do not go far. Even the projects that we lead are not closely monitored, and we come back from the starting point to the starting point. And I would like to know how to bring this population to be able to support the local development actions. So this is my concern. So if you can give us ways to bring the population in this issue of change of mindset. We are the ones at the heart of the actions now. So the people must be able to measure our actions. So how to do it? Thank you.
Donc, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Let's give the floor to the panelists. Mr. Director General. Thank you very much. I'd like to go in the same way as the last intervener to say that our leitmotif at the level of the Union of Towns and Communes in Côte d'Ivoire is no more to go and discuss the skills with the ministries. It is true that you are doing the lobbying to be partners with technical ministries so that there is no frustration, but rather little by little or progressively, we become able to gather some competencies, some skills that have been transferred to the local governments. If today the local governments take the position of saying that the law has transferred competencies to us, give them to us, and the Ivorian law dates back to 2003 up to 2021, we don't have more than 16 decrees of application for the 16 competencies transferred. Let's say that it is not in the disputes, but rather in the partnership and in the mutual understanding that we can snatch some skills already transferred to be able to really exercise them at the level of the local governments. Otherwise, all these things we are saying, the skills are transferred to the local governments, but how can't we manage that they have more capacities because it is put somewhere? We must be able to negotiate to help the other speakers understand, because we need to work together, because what you are working on and we are working on is the population, and we're all working for the sake of the population. So we must be together to do this work. The second aspect concerning the involvement of the population, I'd like to thank Madame, because it's a very important point. We must put the population at the heart of the system. We should not impose them things. The same way we are negotiating with the central government, we must be able to let people understand. I was telling someone today that it is not a question of moving everything into Abidjan to go into a local government in the rural part of the country to do an operation of sanitation, because you will have moved all the staff there. But if the population are not involving, you will have made all of us for nothing. And once you have left the population will just say Abidjan have come to a place to make a celebration and have left, but the people will still remain where they were before. So we must make of the population our partners. We must trust them. We must put them at the heart of the project. We must put them at the heart of the project, because the project that we draft, that who destroys the population, the forest, it is the population. We can't tell them stop destroying the forest. What do we give them as a compensation so that they won't destroy the forest anymore? So we must explain them the good idea behind it, so that they own, so that they take it, and after that, when we draft project, they enter in these projects and help in the fight against climate change. Thank you very much. It's true that I totally agree with, all the things you are doing is for the population, and not involving them right from the beginning is not correct. Of course, when we are in the beginning of a democratic process, it is true that the question that my co-citizen, my fellow citizen is saying is legitimate. How to get the population involved? I think that we must start from the idea that the population is giving us some credit according to the actions that you are doing in the time. So we must look at the actions that we are leading, which means that the elected local officials, the mayors, and of course, every one of us all to say that at the end of my mandate, what is going to be the actions that I have achieved. But there is, of course, the dialogue, because when you are in the process of elaboration of a budget, there are rooms for dialogue. So I think these must also enable us to discuss. As my friend from Ivory Coast said, the educational aspect is very important. So there are also tools that are put in place. The Citizen Bureau in Togo particularly demands mayors to be able to explain and also request the citizens to be able to ask for accounts. So these tools are important for a permanent dialogue. So these are the few elements that I wanted to add. So very quickly, concerning the exchange of experience that is successful, of course, it is not as simple as that. So to be able to share successful experiences, there are many conditions. The first one uh, is having, first of all, this successful experience, but also it must come under a shape that we can exchange, can share. So first of all, putting that experience in a shape that can be shared with someone else, and these requests demands specific skills. So it is a whole field of work. So as of the moment that you have, or we have, this know-how to to share this successful experience, we need a platform, and this platform for exchanges is there is no better one than the digital one. So today in Morocco, we have a huge work site for the digitalization, this automation, uh, to exchange experiences between local governments. So it is ongoing, and these comes back to the digital team that I talked to you about, its implementation at the level of the LPCC, so that these successful experience can be transformed into experiences that can be shared with other governments, local governments. Thank you. Very quickly, in Benin, we have two cases. First of all, to approach the populations and get them involved. The tool that we use is the NGOs. Mayors get contracts with NGOs that use the grassroots populations for the issues related to reforestation and others. The second aspect that the central level understood is that before going to COPs and others, the population were able to adapt. So the central level in Benin has gone back to this population to capitalize on the successful experiences. And it is the Ministry of Framework of Life and Sustainable Development that is in charge of that. Just to tell you that the people are at the heart of it in Benin. The central government understood it. And today, the capitalization by the people to fight against the climate change is done by the ministry. Thank you. It's very relevant. This is the role of NGOs as a link. Yeah, very quickly, I wanted to add something to the word permanent dialogue, not only at the level of the elaboration of dialogue, but all along the life cycle of the elaboration of the product. There are many groups here. We already have the structures. The question is how to get them involved. Second thing is we need to study at our level in each country how we can really develop a circular economy. I think this is an experience that we didn't have. It is a tool that Africa did not really develop, and this is something that can really work because as of the moment, people see that they're not only morally involved, but it can also develop their welfare. They will be interested and involved. So this is one of the ways through which we can do innovative things. There are a few organizations who are already on protection of environment, apart from the city halls. That's it. Thank you very much. I think that the panelists deserve congratulations, deserve that you clap for them. Thank you very much. The afternoon, there will be a session on a roundtable on finance, and there will be a closing ceremony around 5. Thank you very much. It's lunch break.